Hello and welcome everyone, this is Dmitry. We are having another network programmability stream, and today we will continue working on our network automation controller in Python. It has a name NetWarden. I have no idea why, but whatever. And today is part 4, so it's the fourth stream where we are working on this project. I'm not working on this project every single week, like I mix with some other topics. Yeah, today we are going to focus on, excuse me. Today we are going to focus on the RESTCONF integration. Maybe we will also do something around the console ports for the devices. Not 100% sure yet. RESTCONF probably is going to be the main focus of today's stream. After we go through some of the topics that I would like to discuss, we will take a look at what we achieved so far. Yeah. So first of all, there are a couple of things I would like to discuss. And by the way, if you're watching this on YouTube, there should be a time code below to help you switch between different sections of the video if you don't like to hear about something. Well, first of all, I delayed posting the recordings of last 2 week streams, unfortunately. In one of these streams, I had to mute some parts of the video because of the language used in the some video segments that were there. So it really took me a long time to do that video editing piece. But yeah, so recordings for the last 2 weeks are up if you're curious about that. We were on one of those, we were working on NetWarden. It was part 3. And another one, I was trying to work with the Yangson library, which is a library to deal with Yang models. Okay, next thing, and it's not really new, but this is something that I stumbled upon just recently, and PyCon 2020. So there wasn't really a conference, but a lot of talks were posted. So people recorded their stuff and posted, and they were posted on PyCon channel. I had a chance to do that as well. So I was supposed to be speaker with a session about poetry. And I decided that I just don't want to do this. Like, nothing. The reason I don't like this kind of stuff is that, like, if I really wanted, I could record this and post it on my YouTube channel, and it's not going to be that different. Probably I can even advertise it even better if I really wanted to. And conferences for me are mostly about interaction with people rather than the content itself. So yeah, that's one of the reasons why I decided not to record my talk here. So let's hope it will be accepted sometime in the future, on some future PyCons, and then I can actually, maybe the world will be in better place then, and we will be able to do it. But so I started watching some of the talks that could be potentially interesting to me. So the first one that I can highlight is this one. So the talk by Brian Oken, multiply your testing effectiveness with parameterized testing. So it goes through some of the cool features around PyTest parameterization. So beyond the usual examples that you see in some tutorials or stuff. And there are very cool things I learned there and very useful. And I see how I can apply that specifically to network testing. And by the way, this use case with network testing and PyTest and parameterization was covered by Jeremy Schulman. If I can find his talk, was it Nanak? I think it was Nanak. Yeah, automatic network ready for use. This one, 2-hour talk. So Jeremy was using some of the features that were discussed in that particular PyTest talk. So yeah, it was quite useful for me, and this talk is also very good, so I can recommend it. So I can recommend these. I haven't watched a lot of them yet, but some definitely got my attention. And then another one that I can recommend to more beginner developers is this one, tutorial. No, not this one. This one. Talk, Katie McLaughlin, what is deployment anyway? So this talk is about how do you deploy web applications to productions, like what are the moving pieces? And there are like some suggestions around that. It's mostly focused on people who have never done it before or done it before but just don't like the way they did it. Like I wouldn't call this talk advanced. I'm so sorry, guys. Thank you for letting me know in the chat. Thank you, Fan, for letting me know that I forgot to share my screen. That would be very helpful. Yeah, so let me like go back a little bit. So this is PyCon 2020 YouTube channel. The talk I was talking about before was this Brian K. Oken multiplier testing effectiveness with parameterized testing. I can even do it like this. I have a friend, and we have been friends for a while, and he occasionally comes to my streams and like, dude, instead of pointing with the mouse, use Epic Pen to do this. And like, I'm lazy, I don't want to do this. Dude, just do it. So I'm finally using it because of him. So I can, you know, point it out this way. So yeah, so this talk by Brian. Now, and I was talking about the Jeremy Schulman talk. So if you go Jeremy Schulman automated network ready for use or something. This one, automating network ready for use testing. So in this talk, this one was using some of the features described in this PyTest talk. So I can really see application of those things. Now, and later I was talking about this one, talk Katie McLaughlin, what is deployment anyway? So this one is focused on deployment of web applications, specifically Django, to production, and some of the things to keep in mind and some useful suggestions. If you are already doing it successfully, deploying web applications to production, then you probably will not learn anything new here. But if you like still struggling, like, you know, you read Django tutorial, it says like Python manage py run server. That's all cool, you can get a dev server, but how do you move this to production? So if you're curious about that, this talk is pretty nice. Okay, I have watched some other ones that I like have mixed opinions about or don't think that some of them are super useful. So, but I'm still have some on my list. Specifically, I'm very curious about this one, Comprehensible Comprehensions by Trey Hunter. I want to watch this mainly because of the person. Like I know that Trey always puts really interesting content, and I follow his blog. Yeah, like his content is phenomenal. So I'm looking forward to this talk. This one is probably going to be my next one. Okay, then next piece on my list here is Anthony Wright's code. So there is a guy, well, there are many streamers right now who stream programming. This guy got my attention. So he, by the way, he streams almost every day, I think. So like, if you interested, go check him out. So if it's Twitch Anthony RESTCONF, I think. Now, I personally don't watch Twitch recordings, mainly because I mean I sometimes go to like live broadcast to hang out with some of the devs and like ask them some questions or just chill. But I don't watch really Twitch recordings. Because like I'm not sure what exactly I will learn from them. But what I wanted to say. Oh yeah. So this guy also has a YouTube channel. It is also called Anthony RESTCONF. And he posts there all recordings, but he also has a special series called Anthony Explains. So this one. And he has a bunch of videos. He like puts one every couple of days or so. And this stuff is very useful. And he also like indicates how hard this topic is. I have watched some of them. Like this one, postmortem debugging, pretty Python profiling, couple of others. This one, return annotations, no return versus none. Some of these like very interesting stuff that you may encounter in Python, and I can recommend if you know just watching recordings for you is too much. I suggest to at least subscribe to this guy and watch this series. Anthony Explains. There is some cool content here. I don't know why he doesn't have a lot of subscribers, but he definitely deserves more than he has right now, because his content is pretty good. From Real Python, Trey, are you talking about Trey Hunter? I don't think Trey Hunter is from Real Python. Or you're talking about this guy. I also don't think this guy is from Real Python. All right, now last topic that is not listed here is I am planning an special stream next week. Like we're still working on the details, but I hope that we will have another person. Well, we'll have two people, so not only me but someone else from the community join me next week. I hope you know it will work out. We're still like discussing some of the details, but stay tuned for the announcement. It's probably going to be very interesting. All right, with that, let's go to our NetWarden stuff. And there's questions in the chat if Trey Hunter is from Real Python. No. Trey Hunter, he has his own thing. So if you like Google him, I don't think he posts anything to Real Python. He's behind Python Mortals, this one. And he has a bunch of blog posts, which are really, really good. Very cool guy. I really like him. I met him 2 times previous PyCons. Okay, so and by the way, guys, give me here just a second. I wrote something here. I'm back here. There is good question in the chat. If you had to suggest one book or course for someone to get good at programming, what would it be? I can answer this question, but you have to clarify at which point that person is in programming journey. So, like, doesn't know anything, or already does something, or already build some scripts or whatever in Python. Like, it really depends on that. From the Python programming from the very beginning level. Okay. So this is where my recommendation would not be super helpful. There is, so I can give you a recommendation, but I cannot back it up by my personal experience. So how's that book is called? So one of the books is Automate the Boring Stuff, and there is going to be a second edition, or I think it's already live, the second edition of that book. Or I cannot remember the name of the book. Amazon Python books. I think it's top one book on Amazon. Let me see how that is called. Yeah, Python Crash Course second edition. So either this one or this one. The problem is this recommendation that I'm giving you right now is that I didn't read this one or this one. And I don't want to read them because I am already at the level above this book, right? So like I don't want to waste my time on beginner book. That's why like I'm very hesitant to give recommendations on this front. But this probably I would go with this one, with the Crash Course one. But again, I haven't read them. Like I heard very good things about both of these books, but I personally haven't read them. The way I learned programming was very weird. So Python specifically, at some point in my life, while I was still in university, I was curious about like how studies are going in different universities. And at some point I stumbled upon online courses. At that point, they were not so popular. They were just starting from from Stanford or from MIT. And my first course was from Stanford that I took a cryptography course. And it was very, very interesting course. I loved it very much. But they had, if you wanted to have like, what's called, certificate with distinction or something, you have to do the homework. And the homework was write some code, right, for cryptography. And I didn't know a single line of Python code then. And they were giving out samples of like some useful functions in Python. And I really, really wanted to finish it, to finish that course and to do the homework. So I was taking those samples and I was doing my best to apply my non-existent Python knowledge to solve the problem. So like I was Googling a lot, like I was staying up until 7 a.m. to, to understand some of these things, because like it was all new for me. Like I don't know what I'm doing pretty much. But eventually I managed to do all of the Python homework. So that was very nice. And after, this is like how I started with Python. Then I took MIT course, and again, it was like 8 years ago. It was a long time ago. Then I took MIT course about Python, which was also very good. And then like I started, doing some my own projects and learning, and yeah. Okay, so for intermediate Python, that is super easy. For intermediate Python and higher, the book that every Python developer should read is called Fluent Python, and there is going to be second edition very soon. So Fluent, yes, this one, Fluent Python, is pretty much must read for every Python developer out there. And I think sometime this year, there is already like, how it's called, clear-cut edition of this that you can read of second edition if you want. But yeah, this book is getting updated. I'm looking forward for the rough cuts for the release soon. Yes, rough cuts is on par. Yep. Now there was also DEVASC course or book of DEVASC preparation. Which course book you will recommend? Okay. I can recommend 3 resources, and I don't really have a personal favorite there. So I will just give you options. Option number 1 is DEVASC Fundamentals by DevNet. This one, and I think they still have discount. Oh no, I don't want to log in right now. No. Maybe it's this one. Maybe a new announcement. Yeah, here. Please don't ask me to log in. Yeah, so they still have discount. So, and you can easily go through this course in 1 month, by the way, if you want. So this course, it doesn't go into too much details. Like I wouldn't call it super detailed on every topic of the blueprint, but it covers things pretty nicely. Plus it has these labs which use like almost Visual Studio Code inside of the browser, and like a terminal stuff and some other stuff. Yeah, so this one or Nicruso course. So if you do Nicruso plural site, let me see if I can find him. Not course, we are looking for paths. We are looking for path. So if you go here, this one has 4 courses by him, which you can go through. Just make sure for this specific course, make sure you do your hands-on. So like this kind of stuff, this kind of programmability topics, you can't just read something or watch something and like you suddenly is expert. Like specifically with this kind of stuff, you have to take examples and go through them on your own and try different things to understand how they work. So yeah, I can recommend Nick Russo stuff. Probably these 2 are my favorites. There is last one which has much more information, and it goes deep in some of the topics, but it also I don't even know how to put it right. Like, there is a lot of stuff in this last course that I'm going to show you, but not all of them is the best content, if that makes sense. It's good content, but it's not the best content. For example, there are some like stuff that I don't agree with. Like there are like examples of Python code which feels very much like Java or something. So like stuff like that, but technically it has like it has much more information than probably these two courses combined. Because that one is called CPLL. So it's from Cisco Platinum Learning Library. Is it DEVASC like this? And I don't. I think you can get it from Learning Store, Learning Cisco Store. So here, DEVASC. Yep, this one. And like the beauty of this one is that you can. This is a course. You can also buy it with learning credits if your organization have some. So yeah, this is a course. So this one has much more information. It's just not all of that information is the highest quality, if that makes sense. So Meow, you can post your link. I'm sorry for my bot is very aggressive. Nicourse on DEVASC is a bit short. I'm a good but brief. Yeah, I agree with you. It's just you have to do your due diligence and do stuff on your own. Yep. That. All right. All right, folks. If you will have any other questions, do let me know. Let me see. I need to go to my CML here. And CSR. Yeah, this is a good page. Thank you so much for joining, Juan. Good night to you. Okay. So our lab here is with 10 CSRs. I really like this lab that I built. I should probably, at some point, no, probably I shouldn't. I was thinking like, should I add devices of this different operating system here? But actually, I think for this specific lab that I have with 10 CSRs, it doesn't make sense. Okay, this will take some time here. We have our Ubuntu server. What is this? No. What is this? Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay, so I kind of start remembering some stuff here from last time. So I think we added task file here. We added config file. Here by project toml. No, it's settings.toml. And I will have to change some of this stuff right now. Probably. Okay, this one needs to be changed. Okay, so we added Dynaconf. So this kind of config files is supported by a library called Dynaconf. We covered it last time. I added this stuff this is like alternative to make files. And then on the backend, I think here, we added the new endpoint /devices here instead of the old one. So the old one was static. So like let me just show you why I talk nonsense. Okay, terminal. And we split this. And I don't need to deactivate it. Or do I need to? Run. I don't need to deactivate it now. So if I say task backend, DM, okay, netbox private key file. This is in the settings. Very interesting. Okay, first, you know what? Let me change some stuff here. So we'll go to backend. I will update this to Python 3.8 because there is some feature that got my attention recently. What options do I have? 3.8.2. I think there is 3.8.3. No. Okay. So, and do we have... We actually don't have it here. Wait, there is no 3.8.3? Yeah, okay, there is only R6 one. So PyEnv local 3.8.2, then rm rf venv, then I can say, if I say Python, I get 3.8.2, Python. So new setup tools pip virtual N. Okay. I want to change some alias that I have. Is it an aliases? Yep. Let's do here virtual N. Okay. And then we have the source from that file. Okay. And now I do mkv and v. Okay, now I look here. I could change some of this stuff to star. Probably I should leave here some of these pins, or maybe who cares, right? I don't mind. Okay, you can leave it like this, and I would say poetry lock. So you have to, damn it, allow, let's go poetry, allow pre-release. No. Okay, let's try one more time. What? Oh, I think it's allow pre-release, or maybe allow pre-releases. Remember this? Yeah. Allow pre-releases. Okay, and now we can say poetry install. Okay, and now we do poetry update, but I don't think poetry update will do anything. Yeah, will not do anything. Okay, now I will do task backend again. From top folder, task backend. What? Oh, yeah. Okay. HTTPX. They had a new release. I think. When was it? They had 0.12 And I think they changed something in 0.12. And here, by the way, it's also not right. It should be 3.8. More efficient usage of network resources. When you make requests using top-level APIs documented in Quick Start Guide, HTTPS has to establish a new connection for every single request. On the other hand, client instance uses HTTP connection pooling. This means that when you make several requests to the same host, client will reuse underlying TCP connection. This can bring significant performance. Yeah, so they changed the thing. So I have to fix it. Okay. Okay, my app is working. Here I say task frontend. Okay, now I need to bring up my netbox. Okay, on port 8080. So this should be 192.168.153.100.80.80. So this should be netbox. Okay, we have our things. Here I need devices. Yeah, so this one. And now we go to frontend, which is 8081. And I have here inventory. And we see that we load this. So this information is from Netbox. And yeah, let me show you the piece where we stop. So here, if let's say I go here to San Jose, device in San Jose, and I edit it, and I say that now this device belongs to Krakow, and I update this, and I just reload this page, now it says that this device is in Krakow. So this was our like Netbox integration, if you will. And I remember, so some of these pieces here is this one, right? So this one is static right now because we haven't specified console information in any way. X message, thank you for following. Another piece that I don't really like is probably this management IP is redundant. Oh, it's even wrong here. But I think ideally we should have another instance, another like Docker thing, which will be bringing up our DNS here. And then that should take information, that should, using templates, we should build that what's called, like mapping of the FQDN to IP, right? So I think this is redundant, and this FQDN should resolve to this management IP by our DNS server. Maybe we should even bring it up early. That would be useful. So I could use something like core DNS, right? Or maybe this is core DNS or yeah, I think it's core DNS. Like they have super simple stuff. Simple DNS in Docker. What is this one? No. 4 stars. I mean, stars do not mean much, but still. Is it this one? This one. I think I was looking at core DNS mostly. They have also API and stuff. So yeah, so maybe we should at some point bring this up, get rid of this column. Now, so this one, credentials, is taken from netbox secrets. This one right now is static, but I think we could add it to the I think we could add this information to the netbox. Or maybe we could have here like viral integration, and then this will be pulled from viral API. It's only kind of, well, I need to think this through. How to do this correctly. Yeah, I think we could build here viral integration. So like in your real world, right? You would probably add your console somewhere here. There is console connections. I don't even remember how you add it. Do you go to the device? I think you go to the device and then you add console somewhere here. Maybe not. Console board. Yeah, oh yeah, I remember now. So I think you had like a console device, right? And then you add here console port or something. Name. Whatever, I don't care, to be honest. This is what you would probably do in your real network, right? and then you would pull this information from the netbox. But in our case, we don't have like a physical device with physical console server. Our console server is CML breakout tool, which I actually need to download. Where is this? Here. So Windows. I will deal with this later. We don't need it right now. So yes, this is how you would replace this console thing, right? Then, now the software version, this is something I want to grab from RESTCONF. And I also need to fix this management IP address here. Ouch. Is this in IPAM? I think it's in IPAM, yeah. Now, yeah, by the way, so I updated this in Netbox, right? If I refresh this one, now it's correct. It's pretty nice and it works fine. I guess, are you a Cisco salesperson? I am not Cisco salesperson anymore. I was in Cisco sales, but I'm not anymore. I'm still Cisco employee though. And I guess you work in Amsterdam office. No, I work in Krakow. All right, so RESTCONF. What do I need? Well, I guess I need Postman. And I think we did some... I will need to bring up young models. Okay, so here we add folder to workspace, yank. Okay. Warden, yank, vendor, Cisco, C, and I think we have 1611 here. It's 1611 1v, so we have to take a look here. Here I want to find, can I just find software version? Okay, let's take a look at this device hardware Opera model. Okay, so how do I do this? So I need container. I need this container. I have here, no. Device hardware. It should be data here. Yeah. Okay, so what do I have here? I have here okay. At least here I have serial number. I want to have serial number as well. And I do have software version, but we'll have to apply a regular expression on this one. Unfortunately, I thought you can get something like 1611 or something. Okay, so I think we'll add column serial number and software version, and we'll get the details from the using RESTCONF. What else is here? So wireless, MIP stuff. Cable, yeah, I don't see here anything else. Maybe software like this. And inversion, we'll just get too much stuff here. BGP, PFT, ARP, boot integration. No. There is OS version. Boot integrity operator. Okay, this one is interesting. Let me see this one. Boot integrity operator. So we need a container called boot integrity over data. I will duplicate this tab. And I will say boot integrity over data. Okay, this doesn't get anything. Breakout. I have an idea. So I need negative look ahead here. Negative look ahead. Look behind actually, right? Okay, so question mark less than exclamation mark, and then yank. Okay, so what this does is that it will get everything which has a version, but it doesn't have prefix yank. So how it's called? It's called negative look behind it. BGP, no. Boot integrity, we looked at that. CDP operator. This one is interesting though. I can do this. So CDP operator. CDP neighbor details. Ah, yeah, you get the string again. Come on, this is so lame. What we could neighbor here? Detail. Yeah, you get this whole string. Ouch. Okay, what else? Controller, VDSL, no. Crypto, no. Hardware operator is what we're looking at. Flow, HA operator, HTTP, IGMP, interfaces, IS common, no. IS events, IP, license, not opera native. This one. But this is part of the config, right? So if I say data native version, yeah. I mean, this is okay, but I need 16.11 1B. This is not enough for me. And bar, NTP, OS object group, platform operator. So platform operator could also have something useful here. So this is container components. So for no content, okay. Pro tip: use REST client extension in VS Code and save extra memory from Postman. Plus, you test the requests, stay in your code base. That's could be useful, but you know, you get used to something and you don't want to change. This is pretty much me. And also in terms of memory, this is I have 64 gigs. Like, I don't care. I can open 2 more games if I want to, and it's going to be fine. So right now I have Ubuntu server, VM, CML with 10 CSRs. I am streaming and I'm kind of working on this, so it's fine. But I would check out that REST client anyway. Just probably not right now. UTP, wireless, more wireless. Yeah, I don't think we'll find anything else, but we'll just go until the end here. Oh no, I will not go until the end because you can see that there is many more stuff here. No, you know what, guys? I think we're good here. I don't want to go further. Maybe open config. Yeah, I could still check open config. What is this? It's log. No, I don't see anything. Okay, so we will settle on device hardware data. We will be able to extract serial number here. Before we do that though, so there's show inventory. So show inventory is kind of that thing. And you get this one and this one, and you'll take the one that is being used by lights, and so this one's the chassis one. So yeah, you'll get this serial number. And what else? Yeah, and we need to get the software version, and we need to apply regular expression to parse this thing. All right, I think we're good to go here. We should probably start with... Okay, let me think how we will actually do it. So I will probably go to code right now and try to understand where to put some of this stuff. One thing that I really want, and I'm not sure yet how do I achieve that, is damn, this will not work. How do I do this? So I'm concerned about I want to reuse HTTP connections, okay, until they time out or something. If I want to reuse, so I have, let's do some commentary here. I want to reuse HTTP connections to my network devices. Okay. If I want to do that, I need to use HTTPX client or async client. Do I create client per device or single client for all devices? Do I create a client per device or a single client for all devices? Where do I store the client between requests? See, with netbox here, and maybe it's a way to go, like maybe I'm overcomplicating this. I remember, I don't remember why I made it this way instead of this way. So what's the difference here? This is kind of like global variable, right? Netbox. And this global variable is instance of this netbox class. And this netbox class is here. So this is where I create this client. A bunch of code here. Yes, Vico, thank you for following. I really don't remember why I moved it this way. Instead of this, you can see this one is still in the comments. So the difference between these, so this one is global variable. This one is kind of global, but it's being run when you start up the first API web server, and then we save this in upstate netbox. And I think the reason I did that, and again, unfortunately, I just don't remember, is because if I do it this way, then I get, for this netbox, I get auto completion. So if I say here netbox, yeah, you can see that I get auto completion on netbox instance. If I do it not as a global variable, then so this app state netbox without additional magic, it will not work this way. I will have to also do some magic here. So if I say, what do I even use this? Is it a request app state? I think this is how you use it. Let's try this. What happened here? I don't know what this check remote means. Oh yeah, let me fix that. I'm kind of doing a stupid thing, but I'm trying to remember. I should have put some comments for this specifically. Okay, so it doesn't like this thing. So I can do it like this. Okay, so this works. Task comment. And if I refresh this frontend, still works, yeah. Yeah, okay. See here, so this is, where this print statement was? Here, right? So this on startup, so this creates something at startup of our application, and then we save it into upstate netbox. And then I can print it using request upstate netbox. So it's kind of like, it's almost the same thing, but there is a problem here. If I say request upstate netbox, so this will not have any auto-completion, right? Compared to just netbox dot. So here I get all of my methods. So I think this was the reason why I did that. Now I'm thinking if this can be fixed. So what if I say cast support this from typing? If I say cast, and I don't remember the syntax unfortunately. Cast type to value. Okay, so if I say netbox, right, and then I do this, it really depends if VS Code understand this or not, because PyCharm does, but maybe VS Code doesn't, and then yeah, it doesn't work, right? Because I want to do netbox dot and it just doesn't work. Probably let's do 2, right? Netbox 2. No auto completion. So I kind of like don't like when there is no auto completion. This can be caught with MyPy if I remember correctly. So if I say MyPy up P1, what's the NetWarden? This will be caught by MyPy because this I cast it here for MyPy, and then yeah, you can see it over here, line 139. Netbox has no attribute test, so this one will succeed, right? So this one succeeds. So MyPy is happy, but VS Code like doesn't care. So I think this was the main reason why I left. I left global variable here. Let's fix some of these issues here. Since we already started MyPy, like I see no reason why we shouldn't fix this. Okay, netbox py line 72. Is it because args? I think it's because args here. Okay. Skipping analyzing Dynagon found module, but no type hints or library stubs. I need to copy a file from somewhere. I need to steal a file from some of my repos. I think this second one should go away. Okay, and we have only one left, so line 145. Incompatible types in assignment. Expression has type none. Variable has type dict str. God damn it. Yeah, you need to do it this way. So handlers is equal to none. And here we will say optional dict str. And then I don't need this. And all this error should, yep. Okay, so we fixed all my pi issues. Not that it was very helpful, but anyway. So let's go back to our question here. So I want to reuse HTTP connection to my network devices. If I want to do that, I will need a client instance, HTTP client instance. Do I create a single client per device or a single client for all devices? And this one I don't really know. Single device, single client, or multiple clients? It feels like it should be one client per device. And then we need to save it somewhere so we can reuse it. What are your thoughts, chat? Should we have client per device or one client for all devices? It's not that big of a deal, but it could affect when we have a bunch of users, which will never happen for this app, but since people could copy paste this code, right? Like I don't want to mislead or something. Maybe there is some documentation on this in HTTPX. Example, by the way, is very similar here. Session encapsulates connection pool connector instance and supports keep alives as you're connecting to a large unknown number of different servers over the lifetime of your application. It's suggested to use a single session for the lifetime of your application to benefit from connection polling. Feels like one per device. Yeah, we'll do one per device. Okay, so how do we do this? So I guess we will need another file called RESTCONF.py, and I think it would be useful if I copy paste it from somewhere. So I remember, so you see that here I wrote a very simple kind of like API client for NetBox, async one, 150 lines or something. We need to have something similar for RESTCONF. The only problem is that I really don't remember where it is. I think it was called RESTCONF.py. Somewhere in my repository. Oh yeah, here we go. I found it. So it was in ChatOps WebEx Teams. Which RESTCONF.py. Yeah. So I can copy it. Okay. RESTCONF.py headers. Device name. So we have to device hardware data, device hardware endpoint URL. I can just say endpoint. This will be /data/device hardware data. Okay. Okay, so here I have to provide host, right? Where's my config file versus host? Yeah, we will call it host as well. So I have here host. It's going to be just a string. Do I need anything else? I don't think I need anything else. So I don't need this one. We don't have this constant here. We have two content types, fine. Device hardware endpoint, fine. Actually, to be fair, this should be iOS XCE hardware endpoint. Okay. So we take this RESTCONF base URL and we change this base URL, right? And we do need trailing slash device. Okay, the second piece is we need username and password, right? So username is str and password is str because those are going to be provided. Actually, now it all makes sense to me. Yeah, definitely it should be one per device. Definitely. I feel like I should also provide a platform here as well, but I'm not yet convinced. So, like, this is called RESTCONF, it's not called ISXC RESTCONF. Damn. I'm just thinking, like, how can I more generalize this, right? Like, I have this class. What if different platforms have different root URL and different endpoint, which they will obviously have, right? You need to normalize this in a simple form. How do you do this? I feel like I need a platform. Okay, okay, let's do this. I have a parameter called enabled, and this will be optional bool, and by default it's none. Okay. So what this will do is that we will check if RESTCONF is enabled on device or not. The first thing that you will do before doing anything else, we'll check if RESTCONF is enabled or not. The way you do this is that we have to refer to our C here. So C RESTCONF. There is like known host. Well-known host meta. RESTCONF extensibility will apply. In this example, server supports both RESTCONF version 1 and fixtures version 2. So let's test this on our device. Hello, what is this network automation controller? Let me pull it up. If you go to DMFIGL NetWarden, it has some description of this, what it's supposed to do. Generally speaking, it's It's application to manage our network devices. Okay, well-known host meta. And can you get JSON of this? RESTCONF also supports a server-defined list of optional capabilities which are listed by a server using IETF RESTCONF monitoring module. I feel like I overcomplicate things here. I mean, from another perspective, like, it's not like I'm in a rush. So maybe this is the right thing to do here. On the first request to a network device, we will actually check that RESTCONF is enabled. And then you can say slash RESTCONF, and this returns data operations and Yank library version. Yeah. Chat, what do you think? Should we add this check that RESTCONF is enabled before we like trying to fetch some data? It's not that useful for like specifically our network, but I think in general it is useful thing to do. Like, it's going to make our application more robust. All right then. Okay, so how do we implement this? So I have this class, right? It says self host, username, password, whatever. I have here async client. XML. RESTCONF check URL, and this is going to be HTTP host and well-known host meta. Okay, so RESTCONF check URL. Okay, so I cannot have this base URL, and I cannot have this as well. I will keep authentication here, so and verify false. Headers, I think it's fine. It's not that big of a deal. So we create this. We by default we say that it's if RESTCONF is enabled, we say no, it's not enabled. Then we say root as well, and by default it's going to be slash RESTCONF, but this may change. Okay. Okay, so then the first thing we need to do is we have to check is we'll have to cache results of this function that I'm going to use right now. Okay, check availability self. And here is a question I don't know the answer for. Should we return true false here? Or we shouldn't? Check availability. Probably we need to do the following thing. That is enabled self. This will return boolean. Okay, and we say the following: if self underscore enable is not known, we can actually recheck boolean false. Force check is this. So we can check if RESTCONF is enabled or not, right? But we also have an option to like force this recheck. So, and then the result we will cache here in self underscore enabled. Okay, if self underscore enabled is not known and not force check, right? So when we are fine with a cached result, right? Then we will return that variable pretty much. Alternatively, we will update availability or something, or ping availability, right? And this will not return anything. And we say await on self update availability, and then return self underscore enabled. So you see what I did here? So by default, this self underscore enabled is known, right? So we don't know if RESTCONF is working or not. But then we have a function which allows us to check if it's enabled or not. If you don't want to do recheck, right, and you are fine with a cached result, then we will return the self enabled. This is only the case when we don't want to recheck, so not force recheck. And we have already some cached result when self enabled not known. Alternatively, we'll have to update the availability of RESTCONF. Probably even ping is better here. Ping. Right? And what do we do here is that we say self HTTP client, await self HTTP client. We actually have to have a headers here. We really need only accept header. Accept application. And this is sad that this doesn't have JSON analog here. Is it possible network automation to be replaced by AI machine learning? No. I don't think it's possible. Okay, okay, so we have this header. We have this, I can say ping URL actually, it's going to be better. No, probably, yeah, you know what, I'll change it back to update availability. Because like ping may mislead people to think that we will actually ping the server, right? And misleading is not great. So headers accept this. So we need what to do? Get on the URL. Okay, so first we have to update the URL. We have to say that RESTCONF check URL. Format post is equal to, we have to save it, of course. So self post is equal to post. So post. Okay. So then we get URL and headers is equal to headers. Now we will get this as XML, so we have to deal with this. I need HTTP docs, HTTPX docs. Okay, r.text. Okay. Probably this should be also optional. Yeah, when you're trying to build like very robust applications, it's becoming hard very fast. I mean, Yeah, so I need LXML. Okay, and now we have to parse with LXML. Oh, I don't like XML, dude. This is going to be not great. Not great at all. There was something like parse or from string or something. Yeah, there's from string. From string is the easiest way to parse a string. Okay. So I guess I can say here I have to import E3 first. Okay, so from XML, just because of that one freaking thing. By the way, maybe I don't even need LXML, right? I actually don't need LXML. It's just the snippet is so small, like I should probably use built-in tools. I can use minidom. Yeah, why did I add it there? Okay, so you'll need parse string. Yep, we do parse string response.text. Well, probably first we have to this is going to be weird. We have to check the status code, right? And depending on that status code, we may need to adjust. No, if okay, is error. So I say if response is error, right? Then we say that self underscore enabled is false, right? Alternatively, we will parse this response. You probably should move it under try accept exception. Okay. So XML response, we parse the string, right? So we will get this, right? We have to parse it we have to find the element which has rel link. Let me see if I can work around this somehow. So from XML DOM mini DOM from import XML DOM mini DOM. Yeah. So from XML DOM mini DOM import parse string. Okay. So parsed, I can say XML data. It's going to be parse string. No, dude. X. Let's do S is equal to. Okay. Then from XML parse string, XML data is going to be parse string S. Okay. So I have XML data. Now I have to find how I can get the I need to get href of link_rel thing. That's going to be hard. It's going to be not fun at all. Usually you do it using XPath. I should probably do it here to be a little bit easier. Okay. I'm actually an idiot. I don't, yeah. I just need an elementary. Elementary. And I think elementary parsing XML. Here, yeah. Yeah, I need this. So I need from XML E3 elementary ST. Okay, then 3 ET. I think you should have parse string. Oh, I can say root is ET from string S, right? Root. Okay, so now I have an element, and I think on this I can apply XPath. Okay, so I can say root find all lame. Why not XML to dict? It's super inefficient to use XML to dict. I mean, it's kind of like using hammer to a problem which, you know, which should not be solved is a hammer. It's always an option. This is what I usually end up doing because I just can't stand these things. Select all child elements. Okay. Syntax tag. Select all child elements with a given tag. For example, spam selects all child elements named spam. Spam egg selects all grown children elements named egg in all children named namespace. Star selects all tags in the given namespace. I think what makes a problem here is actually a namespace. So it feels like this should work. Holy wow. That's a lot. I think I might need actually to have XML for this if I want to have this thing. At this point, it feels like I actually need a hammer because I don't want to deal with this. This is so lame. There is a namespace agnostic way of XPath queries too, but it is both verbose, ugly, and unavailable in built-in implementation. The Element3 API is the only built-in one I know of providing XPath queries, but it requires me to use unames. Okay, technically speaking, if this is the same, is this the same? It actually is the same, right? So I get, yeah, I get the same namespace. So I think I may use, I need to go back to this example. No, come on, dude. I will brute force this. Hello, dear Tinus. I am trying to deal with XML in my mind. I feel like I will go insane any second now. Because even though simple XPath is fine, but the namespace one, it's just weird. It's so weird. Cool. There is not even a word namespace in this tutorial. Elementary is not too smart about namespaces. Really. Thank you, Carl. I'm not sure yet. I'm yet ready to do regex thing. I feel like I am almost at the point where I'm ready to switch to LXML, even though just for a single. Well, actually, if I think about it, at some point our controller is going to use netconf as well, like for config push, right? And then I will need LXML anyway to build the proper tree. So, you know what? I'm switching to LXML right now. And with LXML, I'm pretty sure I will be able to build the well, to fetch the proper thing, maybe. I hope so. I hope so. Okay, so from LXML import E3. And I think I should probably start doing it first here from LXML import E3. And I think there was some parse method or something. E3 from string, yeah. Yeah, okay. So I have this. Now I need to use XPath. Okay, so x2 XPath. I start with dot. Okay. Start with star. Okay, so star is all child elements. Dot is a current element. So I think I can say dot link. I still need a namespace for this. If your XPath expression uses namespace prefixes, you must define them in prefix mapping. To this end, pass a dictionary to the namespace keyword argument that maps the namespace prefixes. Well, I don't use namespace prefixes. I do use a namespace, but it's unprefixed one. The prefixes you choose here are not linked to the prefixes used inside XML document. The document may define whatever prefixes it likes, including the empty prefix, without breaking the above code. Note that XPath doesn't have the notion of default namespace. The empty prefix is therefore undefined for XPath and cannot be used in names. Okay. Dude, that's so stupid. Let's do X. X, X, X2, X was. Please work. Please. No. Oh, I didn't provide the namespace prefix. How do I do it there? Namespaces. Here we go. Easy. 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 God damn it. That's so stupid. That's just absolutely insane, guys. I don't want to deal with XML in my life. Okay, now I have to find how I can do attribute in XPath. Add, okay. Is work. Let me see the chat. About XML to jig module. You are not the first one who suggested this already. Yeah, started trying to do only standard library stuff from Scraply, not Con gave up fairly quickly because XML is so much nicer. Yeah, I agree with you. I think I need the quotes as well. I might be wrong, but I think it needs quotes. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Okay, so this will get me the element. I get the first one, and then I need to get the attribute. I don't think it's dot. Init HR. I don't think it's like this. No. Is it like a dictionary? I don't think it's a dictionary. No. Is it attribute or something? Attribute. Dict. Context. Enter text. Get next. Get. Extend. I don't think it's text. It shouldn't be text. Text is what, yeah, it's empty one. Find text, get children. It's also not get children. It could be get. Get children, iter text, keys. Yeah, it's keys. How do I deal with these keys though? Is it just get? HR. Finally. Folks. What's supposed to be super easy became just nuts. Oh my god. I will just do it like this. My brain is fried right now. Okay. Yep. Okay, so now I have to copy this. I can probably even... No, I think it's fine. Yeah. So I need something like this. I think XPath by default, like, you always return a list, right? Okay. Okay, so here we say self-enabled is true, right? So if we do all of this, then we know that it's working. And then we can say self-root is equal to RESTCONF URL. RESTCONF. Okay, now this here could be like empty string, for example, doesn't matter that much. Okay, so this is updates availability, this checks availability. I guess I can keep this just for, you know, okay. The next piece is that we have to do it like some vendor independent stuff, I guess. For example, device hardware, and you have to do something like this. You have to say that if it's ISXC, yep, we have to, and this is going to be another dictionary, which will say endpoint. And this could be actually a list of endpoints. But if maybe we'll start with one, we will add if there is going to be more than one. This is going to be RESTCONF. I can just say this handlers. Yep. So ISXC, this is a platform. Probably even better to do it fully, right? Cisco ISXC. We will say endpoint is going to be /data device hardware data, and then handler is ISXC Cisco ISXC, and we will right now keep it in the same file. It doesn't matter that much. Later we could put this handler somewhere else. Hardware or something like this. So why am I doing this? Imagine we have different platforms, right, which support RESTCONF. So I will, let's say XR, right? So I have here XR, and then the endpoint to get, let's say, software version for XR is different. Because it's different model, it will also have different handling of that thing. So I specify this separately, and then we will be getting specific data. Yeah, I think we will need to nest this one more time. This could be like version and SN, right? Version SN, something like this. This is another dictionary. So then I say, okay, I would like to get a version and serial number from, let's say, ISXC. I can even put ISXR, but like, you know, just put some placeholders there. Doesn't matter that much. Like this could be lambda x bus, something like this. And this will be XR. And this, I don't know, just something, just slash, right? So here's what I'm saying. I say, I want to get version and serial number from different platforms, right? They both support RESTCONF. So I have this dictionary where I will look up the platform, which will probably have to provide here somehow. Platform str, we'll save this platform. Right? So we save this thing. And I go to my platform, I go to the endpoint. Probably it should be even endpoints. But for now, let's just keep it as a dictionary. So probably it will be a list, because maybe for specific data on some devices, it's stored in one model, for different devices it's stored in another model, right? But for now, I don't want to even more complicated than it is right now. It's already quite complex. So I go there, I fetch this endpoint, I use a handler on the data from this endpoint, I process it, and I have to return this in some kind of vendor independent form. So I need to, this handler should return data in vendor independent form. So I need to receive a dictionary which says version and serial number, something like this. This is what I will return back up, right? And then I can build this table, vendor independent table, which will contain some of these details. Am I making any sense, folks? Why I'm doing it this way? Became so much more complex so fast. I cannot believe it, to be honest. But from another perspective, at least, you know, maybe it's good thing. Like I'm now thinking of like, how do I, less about implementation for the stuff I actually have, but more about like, how do you actually do it when you have different devices, different platforms with different ways to process data from them, right? So then this becomes irrelevant. So this is RFC thing. This is not needed. So this is RFC thing, right? So I go there, I fetch the RESTCONF element. If I can get it, then I say, okay, RESTCONF is enabled on this device. and the root RESTCONF URL for this is the one that we got it. Alternatively, if there was an exception, then we say that it's not enabled. Okay, here I check if it's enabled. I can force check if I need to, but I don't have to. So I can return just cached result. And this one we will probably leave it. Okay, the next thing I need is build URL. Build URL. So this is going to be self, and we will pretty much only need endpoint here. Str, and this will also return str. So what this does is that we will also here optional no. Okay. Okay, so build URL. Whenever we do build URL, we can first check if self root brain is known, then we raise an exception. We say that our RESTCONF root is unknown. Okay. Alternatively, we will just return the string. So how do we form the string? We say f HTTPS self host. Okay, then we'll have a self root and then self endpoint. Okay, so this is, let's say, I don't know, IP address, right? Then this is slash RESTCONF and this is slash data, let's say slash data slash device hardware. Cool. So this is build URL. Probably let's do result so we can, if we need to, we can do it in debugger, like we can put a breakpoint here and do it here. Math 1337, thank you for following. Okay, so this VRF list will comment out, it's not needed. What we need though is a decorator here. So I need a decorator. Do I really need a decorator? The thing is that now I want to create something useful, right? I want to say self-def get data, right? Get data. And in get data, the only thing that I need to provide is this thing, right? I need to provide version and version SN. So I have to say def get data. I don't even know how to call it. I can just say key, but it kind of doesn't make a lot of sense. But pretty much this will be, it's going to be key from this dictionary, right? So first we will say platform dictionary is going to be handlers key, right? And it's okay if this key doesn't exist, this will just get us an exception. It's fine. Then we can even just put it like this, self platform. Okay, endpoint is platform. Oh, I can just say handler. Handler info. Let's do this. Handler info is endpoint, right? And then handler is handler info handler. Okay. So next we have to fetch the data from this endpoint. So and this is going to be JSON data. It's going to be JSON. Yeah, it's going to be JSON data. But we do need to use proper things. So response is going to be equal self HTTP client. You'll have to await on this. Now here is the key though. Before I can do this, okay, I actually don't need the decorator. I can just say I need to create here an exception. So plus RESTCONF error from exception just pass, right? No, just here RESTCONF error. You probably need to categorize these errors more, but I don't know what to do it right now. So first in the get data, actually, before we do any HTTP request, right? I want to check if RESTCONF is enabled or not. And for me, it's also good if to check cached result. So it's going to be what? You have to is enabled. It's going to be await on self is enabled. Okay. If not is enabled, we raise RESTCONF error saying that RESTCONF is not enabled, right? So this is the first piece. So now second piece is you'll have to fetch the data from the RESTCONF. You'll have to say here get, and I need to be careful with headers. So we provide headers. I need to build a URL here. So URL is going to be self build URL endpoint. Okay, so this is URL. So response self HTTP client get URL headers. And yes, again, guess it should be fine. URL and headers. Yeah, I think it should be fine. Next, so data is going to be equal to we probably should do error checking. if response is error, you just raise another RESTCONF error, right? You say RESTCONF received error, and here I would need to do a little bit of digging to the objects, but I just don't care. I would just say status code. A response status code, yeah. So I say response status code, received error or something, yeah. So this happens if there is an error from the response, and then alternatively we say data is equal to response is equal to JSON. And lastly, parsed data. This is where we will call this handler function on the data. Handler data. And then probably I should say result. And here I could agree that we always return dictionary of str and any. And then we say return result. Whew, that was a lot of code, folks. Honestly, I thought it would take less time than it is right now. Okay. But I do feel like it's quite modular here, right? We can just keep filling this in. We can even, like, once this grows, we can move these things to different files and stuff. Do some kind of even registration if we want to, but probably it's not needed right now. Okay, let's kind of go through this logic again. So when I want to get some kind of data, right? Let's say I want to get version serial number. First I go and look up that by key and then by the platform. From there I extract endpoint and handler. Then I check, is my RESTCONF enabled? And I'm fine if this result is cached. If it's not enabled, then we raise an error. Then we build a proper endpoint URL, and then we get this URL. If there is an error, if it's like 400 or 500, then we would just say that we received an error, another exception. Then we parse this as a JSON, and then we apply handler function on the JSON data, and then we return the result. Now we didn't obviously implement the thing, right? So here I would need to say and for this, there is an error here. Here I would have to define this function. So this handler should go to the very bottom. And here we'll have to, I should already split this up on under the different files. It's just I cannot be bothered. So probably this deserves another. Honestly, I feel like I should even like work on this more, and this specific RESTCONF thing, I should just create a separate PyAPI package and just publish something like this. But if I do this, I need to enable plugins. So I need to enable users to add their parsers to the things that they need, right? It's kind of feel like it's not a lot of code for users. I don't know, guys. I like the structure though, like how do we approach it, right? So here I define this function, and the only thing that it receives is the data, right? In JSON format. So the data is dictionary strNe, and then we need to return dictionary strNe. So this is where we deal with an actual payload, right? So this is where probably somewhere in the doc string or somewhere I will need to have this. I can even put the whole thing, I guess. Maybe I could like delete some of this. Just always have example in front of me here. Leave some kind like I need to work on this indentation, but again, I can't be bothered right now. Maybe like this. This whole thing should be on this. Ooh. Ouch. Okay, whatever. It's just a string here. So here is the thing. I think there is a library, but I don't remember the name of this library. Parse nested, let's do this, Python, parse nested JSON keys. I remember I was seeing at least one library which does this. I can write my own small thing because we will have to deal with something like this. This is ugly, ugly, very ugly. Okay, I have somewhere in my code, I actually have a function like this, but recursive JSON. If someone remembers the library, do let me know. I remember there was one. Maybe parsing nested JSON library. Maybe. Again, some function. This is a case where I just want to install something and just forget about it. No. Folks, if you stumbled upon a library, Honestly, I feel like I should just fall back to XML, even though I absolutely hate it. But because of XPath, I can, because of the XPath, there is some library. Yeah, it was updated a couple of months ago. The only problem is that I need search here. For example, if I want serial number, I want to probably check this HW type chassis, maybe. Then. Oh, this one is also quite updated. Doesn't seem to be what I need. Chat, what do you think about this problem? What should I do? I honestly feel like going to XML right now makes more sense. And I cannot believe myself for saying this. Maybe I'm making problem out where there isn't one. Alright, folks, I think I will keep using JSON, kinda stupid way. And once we will encounter a problem where we need, like, because probably in this example, I will just keep I would just look up the first element. This will be our serial number. Maybe even or maybe I should find it here. Device hardware operator seems to be correct model here. Okay, I would just keep it laneway, but we may be using XML at some point here. It feels like it's a better choice because of the XPath, even though I don't like XPath at all. Okay, so we need to return serial number, key, and we need to return software version. So let's do result is equal to software version. Let's do this hyphen. Okay. And software version, we'll have to use a regular expression here. So I need to import it, right? Okay. And then we can say SXC version rec. It's going to rare compile R, and I need to copy this output and test it in the regex one only. Okay, so let's do -b version s plus. And then what symbol can we have here? Let's also do named group. The software version where d dot probably w dot plus. Okay, and then we can say \b as well. Yep. So version \b as white space plus, and then name group, where we say that allowed character are \w, which is where is this? \w, any word character, and any word character is numbers, alphabetic symbols, uppercase, lowercase, and underscore, I think. And that's all. There is one situation where this will fail. There are like dev builds and they have like square brackets and stuff, but since I don't have one example, I cannot fix this regular expression right now. So we'll keep it like this. And here I have to say that this will be SXC version rare much. No, I need search. And now I have to find this key. So it's device system data. Probably I can extract the data module. I can say tree data equal to data this. So I don't have to repeat myself. And then we'll go to, so this either entity information, device or device hardware. And in device hardware, I will need to select device system data. So I need to say tree data. We'll be searching in tree data, device hardware. All this automation freaking looks ugly. Like, and this is, I'm right now doing only one platform. I can only imagine how it's going to look for multiple platforms. Hey, it's not like we have a choice. Okay, so device system data and then software version. I should probably just move it separately. It's just a little bit too much. Software version string str will do raw. And this will be tree data, and we need all of these. Software version. This looks ugly. I think I have some way to generalize this. Pep, thank you for following. So I'm thinking of like you have a special dictionary which says that this pass will be like the same thing with dots. So I'm thinking like you have this mapping somewhere. You do and this should be one string. So, and this is even a dictionary. So you do something like this, right? Maybe even like this. You say that software version, and here you say RESTCONF pass. And then format. So here's the idea. You provide a dictionary like this in it's kind of like declarative form, where you will say that to get software version, you need to go under this pass and extract it, and then apply format function on it. If that makes sense, if you need to. So this will allow you to say, convert this to a separate Lambda function and apply it on that. And it's almost like this declarative thing, because right now we are handling this in the code. But I guess we need to have more examples to go down that path. I'm not ready to go down that path. It's already quite complex. Probably I shouldn't make it even more complex. So here, software version is going to be i60 version rare search. Software version raw, right? And then what's called group ticked? No, group, and I call a group called but it's a regular expression. There's double version on it. X as yeah, I think this is good. This is software version, and then serial number is going to be tree data, device hardware, device inventory. I guess we'll just take the first element. Like, we just need more samples of data to make a better choice, which we currently don't have. So device inventory, then we take the first element, and I will say that it should be serial number. Okay, and then we return result. I can even, no, it should be fine. Should be fine. That's a bunch of code here. I will probably remove this. Doc string is just a little bit too much. Okay. So for this Cisco SXC process, well, you can say parse here, probably. And I need to put this function in the handlers. It was at the very bottom. Okay, so again, my intent is to get version and serial number. I have here a dictionary, and I'm saying for ISXC, you call this RESTCONF endpoint, and then you handle the receiving data using this function. So this function takes this data, which is going to be this thing, and we look it up. We basically parse this. Now, as I said, one possible improvement of this would be to move these kind of things declaratively, where you say that, okay, here the serial number, if you want to look up serial number, you need to look at this, right? And then if you need to look up serial number, it was software version, excuse me. And then you can apply some formatting function on it. And then for serial number, you do similar thing, kind of this declarative piece. This would be a way to move forward, to make it more modular, so like other people can contribute to this piece, because it's a lot of manual work. It's kind of exhausting. But for now, I think I will just settle on this piece. I just want to get this at least one example. We are at 3 hours 5 minutes, probably another 15 minutes or so, so I need to hurry up a little bit and to get this working. Though we are very close here to actually using this. Now, one piece that is needed though, I think I need to go back to my web application here. So somewhere we need to create a handler for every single device and save it. Create this RESTCONF object. Now we cannot create this until we pull the netbox data. So I guess in this request upstate netbox, we need to create a bunch of connections for every single device. Connection objects. And I think it should be somewhere here. And we will just have here connections. Okay, I will comment this out because we don't need this right now. We just need to say that upstate connections is going to be this dictionary of established connections to network devices, so we can reuse them. Then for every device, and then I think this can not only be RESTCONF, it could be netconf, it could be like SSH or something. It could be anything we want, to be honest. And this is going to be device name. Device name to device name to what? Another dictionary, something like this. All right, and this is RESTCONF object for device, something like this, right? And here I can even have multiple of not only RESTCONF but something else. So this is upstate connections. Now ideally we would want to close all of these connections. So I guess here, I need to have a close function. Okay, so this is how we close it. So then fast IP on startup. Okay, we need this on shutdown as well. So this is going to be here in the app. So up on event shutdown, shutdown event. This is async function. So it should be here, async there. And here we'll say for device connections in upstate connections items. And you have to create tasks here. Well, I can say await task. Practicing IO. Okay. So task for device connection in connections items, connections values, right? We would want to say the tasks append async IO create task. Device connection close. So this should be a coroutine. And then we say that we are waiting on async IO gather tasks like this. I don't remember. Sync create task, await task 1, await task 2, gather. Find a better object, okay. So yeah, I think this is correct. So we create these tasks. We need to make sure that this device connection close here. Yeah, and I made a mistake. It should be definitely a sync function. Okay, so this is a coroutine. And then, yeah, we can do it like this. Cool. Okay. So here is what is going to happen. Once we call /devices, we get a list of devices. We then normalize the results. Okay. From this one, I can form, it's kind of hacky, but like my brain is fried right now, so don't judge me. So we'll get this primary IP address. We have username and password. Probably I need to pull platform from somewhere in the netbox, but again, like I can't be positive right now. We need to form a connection for every one of those. Okay, so how do you do this? And we need to save this connection based on device name. Okay, so I think we need a function. Yeah, we need a function which does the following. So function get connection. This function accepts the following thing. It accepts requests, which is a request object. It accepts device name, which is str. It's kind of almost similar like what we're doing in Ornier, more or less. So device name is str, and then connection name is str. And then this can return none. Well, this can return anything, to be honest. What this does is the following. So connection is equal to request up state connections get device name and then get connection name. So what this allows us to do is that we'll say, okay, I need to get a connection, but we may not even have it. So we'll do a lookup in the dictionary to see if we'll have it or not. If you don't have it, this will return none. And then this is what we'll get. So here, we have to say that for, let's do devices here, devices, for device in devices. Yeah, first we check device name is equal to device name. If device, let's do RESTCONF connection, RESTCONF connection. We will use our function get connection, request device name RESTCONF. Okay. If REST connection is none, then we will create a RESTCONF connection tasks like this. If RESTCONF connection does not exist, then we have to create it, right? We have to say that RESTCONF connection will be RESTCONF, which we'll have to import. So from NetWarden, Jesus Christ, that's a lot of code. RESTCONF. RESTCONF. Yeah. So do RESTCONF here, and here we have to provide a bunch of details. So I say host is equal to device, and there was like primary IP or something. Primary IP. Cool. So yep, so this is host, then username we can pull from there as well. I can say username, and then password I can say again device password, and then platform. So I will provide it right now static, just because I cannot be bothered at this moment. Okay, so this is a RESTCONF client. Yep. Now we have to save it to request app state connections. Probably I need to set connection as well. Here. Set connection, connection name, and then connection. And this can be anything. And this doesn't return anything. So we will say devices is equal to, oh, let's do like this, device is equal to this get device name. If device is none, device okay, device name device connections. Okay, so we are looking at, we are getting the device, but there maybe not be device. If that is the case, we create an empty dictionary and put it there. And then the next piece will just say RESTCONF, no, connection name is equal to connection, and that's pretty much it. So this will be set connection request, device name, RESTCONF, and then the RESTCONF connection. And then I don't return anything. Probably like we could work on making this more beautiful. Okay, so let's take a look at this. For every device, we will get the connection. If this connection is known, if it doesn't exist, we create one. We create the rest of one. You'll probably be creating more connections later. And then we set this connection to this dictionary where we save everything, and that's all. Now we don't need these tasks anymore. Okay, so this point, for every device, we have a RESTCONF connection. At least the placeholder. Next piece is that we pretty much can't just get the data that we want, right? We can say software soft serial, let's do software version sn is equal to await RESTCONF connection. Actually, I'm not correct, so we will have to do it in parallel. So page data tasks is equal to empty dictionary. This will be async IO create task RESTCONF connection get data, and we get data which we created here in the handler thing. This one, yeah. Okay. So this is our task. So and then fetch data tasks, we will append this task. Yeah. Okay. And then here we say async IO gather. Folks, we are almost there. I'm so pumped to actually like test this. Probably it will obviously not work from the first attempt, but anyway. So we gather these tasks. Now we can iterate through these tasks. So for tasks in this, for task and device in devices, and then here we need zip page data tasks and devices. So what I'm doing by this is like common pattern which you'll see when you are grouping tasks in threads or async IO stuff. So I create an empty list with tasks which are going to run in parallel. I'm going here to add this task to the queue. Well, not to the queue, to the loop. And then we are going to wait on all of them. However, we have to combine data from this dictionary of devices with these task results. So I am combining them two using zip. So I can pretty much modify this almost real time. But I need to remember, I think it's task.result or something. I can look it up somewhere in my examples. Async, gather commands async. Yeah, so task.result. So I can say software serial dict software data is going to be task.result. And then I can just say that device update software serial data. And then we return devices. Yeah, I think this could work. We'll have to save this and go here. There should probably be a bunch of problems, but that's all right. So NetWarden up 50. I'm so pumped, folks. I'm so pumped. I feel like we are almost there. Invalid syntax. Why it's invalid syntax though? It should be a function. Will this work? Get data not defined. Okay. So from typing, import dictionary, any. Oh wow. Did it just work? It did work. So, okay. We need to reach out to our API endpoint, to our backend, HTTP. And then slash devices. Please work, please work, please work. Is it slash API slash devices? Actually, I'm not sure how it's working if this optional was not imported. I think it should be okay. What is the API endpoint for this? No, it just looks like it should be slash devices. Oh, right. Okay, key error primary IP. Have to take a look at this. There was like normalize something. Oh, management IP, not primary. Let's go. Start this one more time. Name device is not defined. Line 176. 176 if device connections, of course. Okay. Another attempt. Let's go. Name handlers. Okay, this should be easy to fix. So handlers. Okay. Next attempt. Session key. RESTCONF is not enabled. Okay, this is interesting. RESTCONF. Internal error. Exception in ASCII application. RESTCONF error is not enabled. Okay, this is not what I did I start up the lab though? Right? Yeah. Do all of my Okay, all of them are green. Okay, so I'm probably like not probably, I obviously made a mistake somewhere. So we have to debug it. So this one is line 78, RESTCONF is not enabled. Okay. So I'm awaiting here on this function. And then this one is, we are awaiting on self-update availability. Headers, and something didn't work out here. There is something in as undefined. It's probably code even doesn't even go there. Let's just do print here. Print response. This namespace thing is weird. Namespaces. I could probably move this here as a class variable. It doesn't need to be here. Availability URL. I can also move these headers here as well. I mean, it doesn't change anything, but it's a little bit more beautiful here. So here I need to say self. I can say just RESTCONF headers if I want to. I have to use these namespaces here. The RESTCONF namespaces. And I need to have this availability URL here. So RESTCONF availability URL. All right, so I print a response so we can test this out and see what it says. Okay, interesting. So it says response to 100, okay. It still fails somewhere. RESTCONF attribute has no attribute endpoint. Line 69, build URL. Okay, so it's good that we actually get to this piece. So it's a good stuff. RESTCONF object has no attribute endpoint. Interesting. So this self end. Oh yeah, I see this now. Okay, let's try this again. Headers is not defined. This is line 82. Okay. There was another place where I was using headers. Yeah, it's over here. I think I can remove it right now. It doesn't need to be here. Exe RR, hello, how are you doing? Okay, let's go. All right, okay, I'm super pumped. So the only thing that is left to do here really is to add this data to the front end. So we need to go to our front end. I'm automating ISXC devices, but since this is what I'm mostly familiar with, but like technically I should do it the platform agnostic more or less. Okay, so we have to have here. So I will remove this management IP, kind of like useless, I guess. But I will have here software version. Oh, let's have it full here. So software version and field management IP. So this one is removed, right? We will, let me get rid of this. So here we have, just do one more. Okay. So I have I actually don't need that much. I just need one more, right? I need software version and I need serial number. Serial number. Okay. So, and then we had some normalized thing. That's credentials. It may be enough, but I'm not sure. Okay, this doesn't work for some reason. I'm curious to know why. Okay, so serial number and software version. Oh, yeah, let's do underscores. Let's actually do underscores everywhere. So this should be here. Here, underscores. Let's run this one. Okay, so I receive it like here. Now, probably another piece that I'm interested in. And I think you can do it somewhere. Okay, we'll probably test out first, and then I will say what I want to say. Let's go. And look how fast this is. This is just insane. This actually goes to the device and fetches this information live from the device. Holy. That's amazing. Okay, so is this RPC remote control, not SSH NetWarden, right? So I wouldn't call it RPC though. Like, technically, I mean, it depends like what you mean by RPC, to be honest. I wouldn't call this RPC, but what this does is that this is my web page, right? I'm going to this web page. On the backend, it goes to the netbox to fetch device list, site, FQDN, credentials. This console is static, it doesn't matter. Then it takes that information from netbox and it uses RESTCONF to fetch serial number and software version. And then it combines these two pieces of data and returns it to the front end. And this is how we render it. So what I was thinking of, I would probably want to have here mapping of, so I want to deal with the platform as well. So I want to have like short name of the platform, like Cisco_ISXC, and then I want to have full name so I can display it together with software version. So I want to say Cisco ISXC 16.11.1b, right? So I think in Netbox you can define platform somewhere. Oh yeah, you can actually do it. Manufacturer Cisco ISXC. I'm curious how you add it, how you get it from the Netbox. Netbox get for to custom Nepal drivers for it. Very cool. Yeah, I think I will just do this one piece with a platform because I want to have Cisco ISXC here in the front. Or maybe I should have a vendor, like a separate thing, and then software version will be like ISXC something. Maybe that, like, it will just, I still have to get that platform name though. Now here, there should be a slug name, right? Yeah. I will probably update it to sysc_isxc like this. Yeah, because this is the one that we will need to use as part of our connection details, if that makes sense. And this is for user, and this is also for user. So I want to pull manufacturer and the name of the platform. Okay, I need to remember what. Where do we get it? I think it should be like /devices or something. /dc/devices. Okay, so and our netbox is on port 8080. So I guess HTTP 192.168.1.3.180.80 API and DC devices. So ouch, rape. If only I remembered how you do it. How do you do it? Is it basic? No, it's not basic. It should be token. I think it's bearer or something. It's authorization. Okay. So headers authorization, and it should be token, and then we put token. Just copy pasting. Default token. Okay, so we actually have here manufacturer, but I don't get the platform. That's a mega reap. Okay, actually I do have. So I have here, so I probably should return manufacturer and then platform. I need to think this through. Device type, manufacturer, platform. Device type, okay. Probably I need to pull both of these, both model and device and manufacturer. So manufacturer, model, and platform. This is what I need. Okay. So let's modify this and we'll wrap up for today. Okay, so this should be netbox, right? And then we have /devices. Actually, no, it's not here. Should be normalized devices, I guess. Okay. Okay, login credentials. All this looks ugly, folks. To be honest, what I would do, I would already convert this to objects, because just it really looks ugly, super ugly, but whatever. So we need, let's do manufacturer. I can just say vendor. I like vendor better. So vendor, this will be device device type, right? And then manufacturer and name. So manufacturer. Okay, so this is going to be Cisco, right? In this case. Then model, I think also good, like device. I mean, model is fine. We'll just model. Model, the same thing, more or less. This will be device type model. Cool. And then last piece is, well, actually two things. We need platform slug and platform. So one is for users. Let's roll platform. So platform name and platform slug. So this is platform slug, and this is the platform name. Okay. So this is for users. This is for us. And we need to add pretty much all of this here. So vendor is vendor, and then model is model, then platform slug, and slug, and then platform. Okay, so we have these things. So here in the RESTCONF piece, let's say here we'll say management IP. We'll say device pop management IP, because we don't. I think I deleted it from the front end. So I don't need it. So this is going to be management IP. And then platform. I can also remove that platform from the device. Platform pop, and here I will say platform slug. So we need to get the string sysclass.c back, which is here, where I coded it statically. Not cool. Okay. So I have this, and then I can return this back. So I return this back to the front end. So we save this, and on the front end, I have to add new fields, which will say we will rework this a little bit. So you'll have okay. So first one is going to be vendor. So vendor, and this is vendor. Then next one is model, and this is model. So vendor, model. Now software version, I will have to do a little bit of work here, because I have to software model. Yeah, I have to do a little bit of work here. So vendor, model, software version. So here device software version, and we will move this a little bit. We'll say that we need device platform space, and then device software version. If I could spell this right. Okay, so maybe if I didn't do any mistake, and I obviously did, list indices must be integers, slices not str. List indices must be integers or slices not str. This is for platform. Did I forget platform for? I of course did. I forgot to put platform for another device, which I for sure need to have. Okay, so let's go devices. Probably you should handle this in the code more gracefully, but again, like not for in this example. I need to specify platform, but I don't see how. Hardware, manufacturer, device type, serial number, asset tag, rec phase, position, platform here. So, okay. Okay, there's still some kind of problem. Let's look here. Platform name and slug. Oh, I see. 128. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I noticed this as well. Right now, box. Where was it? In up 128. 128. Can you take me there? Oops. Okay. No, apparently it can't take me there. Okay. Here and here. Yeah. So yeah. Okay. Okay. Oh, look at this. Isn't this amazing? Like, just tell me this is not amazing. I think this is very nice. You know, just for example, well, not for example, but to have it even better. So the way I set this up, right? I should be able to add a device here, and we need to make sure that it works. So manufacturer Cisco, device type this, serial number will not have it here. What vendors did I have here? So Amsterdam, Krakow, and we'll have here San Jose. Not in the rack. Platform I16. And then see tags, comments. Okay, then another one, there was config context, no, secrets. How did here? It's secret, right? Login credentials, and this should be Cisco. I don't think I need tag, but I could be incorrect. You don't have an active session key. Enter your private RSA key. Enter your private RSA key. This should be here. Okay. Cool. So I have this set up. Now the next one is interfaces, right? I need to create an interface. If only I remember how you do that. Interfaces. Okay, so this gigabit Ethernet one. This should be 1 gigabit Ethernet. It's enabled. It's management only. MAC address. How do I assign IP address? I don't remember. Okay, name. I think so. Here. No. How do I do it then? Add an IP address. Okay. So this is 192.168.153.103. With mask 20. Role. I don't need a role. If I don't need a role, then I won't bother. Make this primary IP address. Yep, we create this. Cool. So I go back to my first page. Okay, looks okay. So now I go here to frontend and I just refresh this. And something broke. Interesting. It says 400 client error. This is very interesting to me. Okay, folks, I need your help. I don't understand what's going on here. $400. Client error. What the hell? Why is there a client error here? I don't see an issue here. IP secrets 400 client error. Wow. I don't think it will. I don't think it will allow me to go to debugger here. This way. Okay. Tools, force, exceptions, routing, NetWarden, netbox py, line 46. Netbox secrets list. So something here didn't work out so well. Damn, I'm really curious. It will. Let's try putting a breakpoint. I'm very interested in. Let me see here. Line 46 self request. Network secrets list. Okay, so it fails here. Why does it fail there in that place though? Because there is race for status in the thing. I'm very curious if this can go to. Oh yeah, you can drop down to the debugger. Wow. I don't know, there was some intermediate error there. How it works. Look at this. So I just added the one device and I have this. I have version and I have serial number from that device. Let me actually go there. Show license CVI. Look at this. Huh? Isn't this nice? Okay, I should stop. I should stop being proud of what I did here. All right, folks. I think we'll wrap up. Let me know if you have any questions. Meanwhile, I'll be doing the conclusion summary here. So today we continued working on our network automation controller, and we spent majority of the time adding RESTCONF integration. And at first I wanted to do it hacky way, but I realized that, well, and also chat suggested me that I shouldn't do it hacky way. I should do it properly. And I wouldn't call it 100% proper, but it's very close to like how I would actually do it for like a big network. So we spend majority of the time writing this class. And we decided that we'll have one instance of this class per device, and we want to keep this instance during the duration of the web application. So we store this connection in special objects placeholder called app state in the fast API. So we store all of these instances for every device if we create one. Now, what we do here is that whenever we do any kind of operation, let's say we want to get the data, right? We will first check if the RESTCONF is even enabled on the device. And we do it using RFC direction. So by RFC, the device supporting RESTCONF needs to respond to a /dot well-known /host meta. And it should respond with the RESTCONF root in XML format. So we spent a lot of time trying to parse the response from this because it is in XML. But finally, we managed to do it with LXML and some magic and namespaces and all this stuff that is not fun. So in the end, when I'm trying to get any kind of data from RESTCONF, first it will check, did I check that RESTCONF is enabled or not? And if it's enabled or if it's not enabled, then we cache this result locally. So we don't have to do it again. Like I just will check it only once. And I will save that result. So then we also were we were trying to understand, okay, how do I do it in such a way that I can actually process the response data, right? Because I probably don't have only SXC devices. Hell, maybe I not even have RESTCONF enabled devices. So how do I, well, first we'll start handling the case of multiple vendors, right? Or multiple operating systems. So, and I came up with this kind of form where we specify like a key, and this is our own key of data that we want to get. And it could be one key or several keys, whatever. And then we specify a platform. And for that platform, we say, okay, for that platform, I want to go to this specific Yang model, which exists under the /data/device hardware data. And response from that, I want to parse using this handler called Cisco ISXC parse device hardware data. And I defined similar one for ISXR, it's just a placeholder because I don't have XR in my topology. So what this function does, it takes the data from the RESTCONF. So it takes the data from here, exactly this dictionary from RESTCONF, and then we just parse it. Now I was also discussing like how we can improve this parsing because it's kind of lame, mapping this key one by one. There are some solutions, but I'm not yet convinced they're all good. Maybe we'll come back to this later. So we parse this and we return data in vendor independent format. We say that our result is going to be the software version and serial number. You see, it's like, again, these keys are defined on my own. They are vendor agnostic, vendor independent. This is my goal, to kind of like get this data from different platforms and normalize it to a single thing, right? With RESTCONF is so much easier than with some other things, right? So we do this and we return this result. Then we take the data from Netbox and that result, combine it and send it to a front end. And in the front end, I have a table defined and I have some other like merging some fields and stuff like that, kind of like making the data beautiful, more user-friendly. So we do this and we get something like this. And apparently the secrets keeps breaking. So, it's breaking. It's just I'm in debugger here. So I will probably need to go. If only I remembered where it was. I think it was in the Netbox thing, right? Breakpoint, yeah. It's actually pretty nice that you can go to the debugger. I didn't know you can do it in the Fast API. Okay, so I do this and I get the live data from the device. I think is there smart. No. I think there was like a function where you can regenerate your UDI or something, but I don't remember at the top of my head. And you also saw that like how I added this third device in the netbox, and it just went and fetched the serial number and software version from that device as well. I do feel like at this point we need to add some, at least ISXR to the mix, and have that in the topology to make things more interesting. Because that will force me to like add this like parsers to another platform, which could be very useful. But overall, I'm very satisfied with this inventory view that we have. So yeah, I'm thinking what would be the next steps. I think one of the steps would be to add XR. Another step would be to probably add viral integration to these consoles, so I can actually get the proper URL, proper port for every device. Next thing would be, I think we are actually at the point where I want to build the diagram of this. I want to build the diagram of this from the netbox, like how this diagram should be, and then I want to build this diagram from the perspective of LLDP, right? So I want to have these two diagrams, like my expected thing and what I can get from operational data. So that could be another avenue. And we already did a lot of these pieces together, so like I can just reuse some of this code. What else? Well, probably I should go to my project and see what were my objectives for it. It's good that I have at least that documented. Okay, so display overview of inventory. I would say that, I mean, it's not fully done, but it's quite okay. Gather operational statistics from the whole network on demand. Okay, so this is kind of interesting. I think what we could do here is to have some kind of task runner to just fetch the like show commands, but maybe show commands. I mean, if you do that, then we need SSH. It's not that big of a deal, but I don't know. Probably what I want is to have here, I want to click on this device, right? And say, get me config, run some commands, and then I will have to select multiple devices. Okay, so probably, yeah, so probably I want to select multiple devices here, one or multiple, and select some, like have some button here, like get me config, and config could be in three forms. It could be JSON, XML, or CLI config. Next, I want to run some commands, like actually show commands, and then next would be give me, let's say, routing table, or give me that. And that would be using RESTCONF, since like I get that data parsed, like I could use RESTCONF to fetch that. So something like this could be next step. Or I could work on diagram. I don't know yet. A lot of cool stuff. This configuration changes, it is going to be hard, not next time. Network testing, this could be also very interesting to do. Manage software images on devices. Yeah, we'll see. Probably diagram would be the easiest because I have everything I need to do it. I have this project. Where was it? I think. Where is this? Network diagram visualization JS, which uses Viz.js to get something like this. I could use all of these pieces to just build it. It's not going to be super hard, I think. Right, folks, I think that is all for today. I'm very, very excited to see this result. This is what I wanted to have, and it looks very decent. So yeah, we will continue working on it on the next stream dedicated to this project. But before that, remember, next week I'm planning something special. I'm planning to have a guest. So stay tuned for announcement, and I will see you next time. Goodbye.